do roll call. If you're here, please say aye. Rachel Collins. Aye. Libby Liebenier Kelly.
No.
Lonnie Schaefer. Lisa Nichols. Aye. Stacy Palmentier.
Aye.
Jill Coleman. Justin Ruff.
Aye.
Holly Bella Frost. No, we're appointed to the committee. And now I'd like to.
Yeah, I think to set expectations. See if I can hand with everyone.
So we're gonna turn it over to Rachel to set meeting expectations and if there are some open comments.
So on behalf of the 4H Issues Committee, we'd like to welcome members of the public, community members, other CCE committee and board members, as well as CCE staff to this emergency meeting. We've convened this meeting to confirm our board representatives ahead of the March 13th, 2024 CCE Delaware County Board organizational meeting. And because we need to follow up and confirm our board representatives ahead of the organizational meeting. And then there are a number of issues which have arisen as a result of departures of 3 of our staff, Ms. Emily Roach, Ms. Corinne Tompkins, and Ms. Justine Bishop. We know that many parents, 4H alum and community members are concerned. Thank you for caring so deeply about our youth and our 4H program. We know that there are significant concerns. I would like to clarify, as secretary, that we were not informed that Ms. Roach or Ms. Tompkins was no longer working for CCE until our committee meeting on February 27th, 2024. We found out at the same time that we had lost 2/3 of our remaining 4H staff at the same time as the general public. We were blindsided. We had no role in their departure. We have significant concerns about their departure and what it means for our 4H program. We still do not know why they're no longer working for us and how it was handled. Before we begin, I'd like to note a number of things. First, we will open the meeting up to public comment once we've conducted our business. We want to hear from you, but we ask you to be patient and respectful. If you're on Zoom and you'd like to have a comment, please put your name in the chat and we will get to you when we're done. But we do have a lengthy meeting to get through, so we do ask for your patience. Number 2, I'd like to respectfully note that we were elected by the public as members of this committee. We respectfully remind the executive director, CCE board members, and other CCE staff that we will run and oversee this committee and this committee meeting. Third, I'd like to explain to members of the public what the 4H Issue Committee does, who we are, and the basis of our existence. The Delaware County CCE Constitution, and for short, I will just call us the 4H Committee rather than the 4H Issues Committee. And because I know probably with my accent, people are going to start having trouble understanding what I'm saying. And then we will call the Cornell Cooperative Extension Delaware County Association Board, the CCE Board, or the Delco CCE Board, okay, for short. So the Delco CCE Constitution establishes the 4H Committee under Article 8, Section 1. We're made up of 7 members elected by the public to serve 3-year terms. Section 2A of the operational guide for the Delco CCE provides in part as follows: composition. So we have 7 elected members, 2 additional elected members being teenagers, not less than sophomores, and up to 3 appointed advisors, usually typically appointed by the president of the board. I speak on behalf of every member of this committee, I believe, when I say that it is an absolute honor to serve on the 4H committee. We are delighted to support our 4H youth and community by donating our time and our skills. It matters to us. No one is on this board because it gives us status or kudos in any way. This membership on this board is work and it's not an ego trip. Our obligation as committee members is to act, broadly speaking, without fear or favor in assisting the CCE board and staff with the development and continuation of our county 4H program. Our specific duty
We lost audio. Somehow you guys got muted.
Katie, you're muted.
Oh,
Go ahead.
so, part of our case and
Here right now, there was an echo before. There must be two mics somehow.
We got it.
Got it.
Got it figured out.
I refer my fellow board, committee members, board members and public to, section 2B of our operational guidelines, which define our duties as a committee. One of our obligations, there's quite a few, is to establish, programs which address priority issues. We present program recommendations to the board of directors. We guide the professional staff in the conduct of the 4H programs. We evaluate program accomplishments, determine program impact, and recommend future action. We consider program staff and financial needs and present recommendations to the board of directors. 4. Before we move on to formal business, I'd like to finish by stating that the Issues Committee, the 4H Committee, is aware that Delaware County 4H program is one of the best 4H programs in New York State. Our 4H program offers skills, training, and enriched experiences for children, sometimes underprivileged and underserved children, being the rural community that we are. In many ways, our 4H program is the backbone of our agricultural community because it connects, prepares, and equips our future farmers, our future carpenters, our future teachers, our future civil servants, our doctors, our vets. In my many years of involvement in youth education, the Delco 4H program is the absolute best that I have ever seen. It changes lives for the better and has done tremendous good for our youth, which is why we are honored to donate our time and skill through this committee. Unfortunately, our 4H program is more fragile than it might appear. Most 4H programs in the United States have suffered significant decline in volunteer numbers and youth membership numbers. The rate, fortunately, in our county of decrease has been significantly slower. So the vibrancy of our 4H program is an exception to the general trend. If we're not careful, however, we will easily suffer the same fate as the other US and New York 4H programs. And this would hurt. This will be a great shame for our county and it will hurt our youth. For this reason, the 4H Issues and Long Range Committee has engaged, the 4H Committee has engaged in fairly frequent conversations over the last 16 months about the various ways in which we can shore up, safeguard our 4H program and foster growth rather than deterioration. We recognize that the veteran staff that we had and their hard work are in no small part the reason why our 4H program has been so vibrant and successful. Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you, Rachel. So now we'll move on to the minutes. Our approval of our draft minutes from committee meetings held January 24th, 2024 and February 27th, 2024.
You should do a separate motion.
So first we'll go to the January 24th minutes of 2024.
I mentioned that they be approved.
Do I have
You want to review it?
No, my question was, are we, everything on, we're keeping all the suggestions to the elections and also everything is what we want at that point?
Yeah, let's keep that and then we will come back. So that way we're completely, this way we're in conformance.
Yep.
And legal compliance.
Okay.
Okay, and everything's very transparent.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, Rachel made a motion.
I'll second.
And he seconded.
Over, anybody? Aye.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And now we'll go on to the minutes from 2/27/2024. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion.
Justin made a motion to approve the minutes.
I second.
Rachel seconded.
Bert?
And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Now we're gonna move on to the next order of business, elections. Review of executive positions on the 4-H committee.
So I would like to resign my position on the long range committee as a 4-H representative.
So Rachel resigns from the long range committee. Do I have a motion to
Accept it?
accept that?
Oh, or, yes.
Libby and Justin seconds. Now, should we appoint someone else to be on the long range committee?
Let's, I can hold that.
Hold that in mind for the next one. Am I right? Okay. Next time.
Do we get to appoint the person or does?
We recommend,
We can recommend the
we
person.
recommend the person to us.
So in our discussion, I did not fully, accept that I was stepping down.
Okay, all right.
It was just a discussion.
Okay, that's fine. All right.
So, part of that was because there's changes within the finance committee.
Okay.
So, and because at range cannot be on the finance. Committee. Is that correct? Okay.
I don't think it's, it is, but we try to keep, I think more people involved.
I was, in the past, we've had a long range and a finance be one person, but it's recommended that we have, if we can fill those positions.
So that's where I want to create an issue and use a finance committee and see where I'm.
Yeah, I would not be in favor of somebody serving on two committees.
Right.
Right,
If I step down from
if you step down from finance to do one, then you would do one range, but I would,
Right.
you wouldn't be able to do. I wouldn't recommend doing both. You want to keep multiple people, the whole point of it is that you have multiple people involved in the,
right,
in the thing, so having one person on everything is kind of counterproductive.
right. Well, and I would have to step down from issue to do long range. But,
What, no.
Representative
So
from issues
you-
on one.
You would be, our committee of issue, our issues committee has 3 representatives.
okay.
I'm personnel.
I'm finance.
The rules are tricky, so long range and personnel can be a member of the issues committee or a director, like, so if they appoint, like Libby is personnel and a director on the committee.
Okay.
But finance is the only one that you have to be a director. So the only way that you can be on finance is if you're a director. You could be just a member of this committee, not be a board member, but be on the finance or not the issues or the long range or personnel, but not finance. Finance, for some reason, it's in the Constitution and the operating guidelines, has to be a board member. So it has to be either your board member from your issue committee or board member at large. I hope that answers.
Who is
the
that
question.
board member?
Right now, I am the personnel committee representative from our issue committee,
Mhm.
and I am the chair of the personnel committee, so. I don't know, I'm on because of being a chair, correct?
You're yeah, like the personnel could be either a member or a director,
Correct. So,
but finance has to be a director. So there's 7 at-large directors who are voted on at the annual meeting. They serve, not all 7 are elected every year, so it's a rolling election. Then there's 2 board members designated by each of the 3 issues committee. So Ag designates 2, AG designates 2, Board designates 2. They serve dual, they're director and an issues committee member. Then there's the subcommittees that work, so there's personnel, finance, and long range. The long range committee is made up of, it's 5 members. And that consists of at-large members and issues committee. Each issues committee sends 1 person to each of those 2 committees. But because of, I didn't make the rules, but finance is different in that the other two could be, you could designate anybody from your committee to personnel, you designate one person. Anybody for long range could be anybody, but the finance person has to be one of the two girls. That makes sense? You understand, it doesn't make sense if you understand the exact rule.
Who is the finance chair?
The treasurer is the chair of finance.
So there's no ag,
Well,
So
but Brenda
unlike-
Taggart is the ag representative
okay, on the finance.
on the finance.
So, and it was, you were Stacy, our,
Yeah,
Representative.
before I got.
okay,
And then Gary is an at-large member.
okay,
Carol's the HE, I'm the HE member. Yeah.
Okay.
Carol's the HE member. Yeah. And then the board president is ex officio, so they don't have voting rights.
So my question is, are you on board because you're chairperson of personnel?
yes.
Okay. Would Libby be on the board if she wasn't chairperson of personnel?
Yeah,
She would still be on the board?
yeah, yes.
Okay. And Stacy is on the board because she's on finance?
No, Stacy's who you chose to be on the board, so it would have to be
Okay.
one of the two of them that would be finance, because they're your two representatives. So because Libby's personnel, she wouldn't be finance, so that would Stacy would be fine.
So we need to confirm Libby. It's Libby's position on the board is the only one that we haven't confirmed.
Right, because I was not here to confirm that.
Yes.
So we need confirmation of CCE board representative.
Mhm,
So we do that in regards to.
mhm.
So do I have a motion to have Libby be our representative for the board?
Libby, do you accept?
Do the,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Libby.
Second. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Update teen advisors. I do not believe we've had any other teen advisors come forward.
You guys haven't had any discussions, correct?
No, you have no discussion.
How is that normally done? Is that through the youth?
Team council, they do their own.
That's usually how they share and see if anything's done.
Is there a meeting coming up where we can ask them?
They have a, what do you call it? A community service project coming up in April.
It would be really great if we filled those positions, because it's lovely to have their input and have them here. Can we, please encourage them and ask them, some of them to step up?
Two, correct?
Sure, you can have two. And they can't have relation
Mhm,
to put anyone on the
And the committee.
committee, correct?
mhm.
And no voting rights.
Anybody think further with the advisors? Next. Clarification, president appointed advisors to the issues committee.
We need more clarification than
I think we.
that was my thing.
No, yeah, so it's not clear to me who our current advisors are.
Debbie? Or teen advisors or first?
No, we're back
President
to,
appointed advisors to our Mortgage Issues Committee.
What I had from the website is Libby Taggart is the camp advisor, and I don't believe there's an actual report.
Okay.
So if you have recommendations, I certainly welcome that.
did she step down from
She
it?
did step down from
And I
that.
think we have.
Polly,
Oh, that's the camp advisor.
Yeah, she's on, you have. Camp advisor.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's correct though, is it? Do we
Yeah.
think that's correct?
yeah,
She
Okay.
came.
she was at our last meeting.
I mean, I'm kind of waiting for all the issues committee minutes to know who you put on these positions, and partly why I'm here, to see who you're putting where. I mean, I would appoint them at the organizational meeting next week, but certainly your input is welcome.
Do we want to reappoint me to the Long Range Committee? again.
So
We didn't do a shuffle, so.
yeah. They were gonna bring you that along. Yeah. So I nominate you for the long range committee, Rachel.
I accept.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any further clarification on that? The point of the process? Anybody want to ask any questions?
Do you would be grateful for input from us?
Absolutely.
Okay, excellent. Okay. You can address that in the future.
Some people are having a hard time hearing on Zoom. I don't know if we can just
Speak up.
speak up a little bit, speak a little bit more clear. I know we're just, some of this is just side conversation, but I just had somebody say something, so if we could just, when we're addressing something that needs to be heard, just speak a little bit louder. I think this is the mic up here, so.
I could move it closer. I could attempt to move it closer.
Scoot the owls on that podium further out into the room and probably
Yeah.
catch it better.
I can do that. Pause.
Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna turn it over to Rachel for the open meeting.
Okay, so it's come to our attention that our committee and CC board in general is in current violation of section 96, subsection 3 of New York Ordinance laws. This is why we have approved it now. Part of the reason for our violation was Ms. Roach's departure. And that she had our minute notes. And the CCE staff worked diligently to try and find them, and we've typed them up. And they've been voted, so now that they had, they'll need to be posted within 2 weeks. Also wanted to note that as of today's date, no minutes for any meetings have been posted for our CCE board since November 17th, 2023 general meeting. CCE is required by section 104 open meeting laws to give adequate, section 106, 3 to give, to have minutes posted within 2 weeks. And if a motion has been made within executive session, then the legal requirement is that it's done within a week. I speak for myself now, not my committee members, but that, the lack of compliance with open meeting laws has made it very hard for me, and I think members of the public, and perhaps other members of this committee, to follow and understand what has happened over the last 3 months. We have lost 3 4H staff members: Justine Bishop, Brent Tompkins, Emily Roach, and the lack of compliance with the open meeting laws is problematic. I would like to motion that we advise the CCE board that they need to post these minutes as soon as possible.
I'll second that motion. All in favor?
Aye. Second, CCE is also required by section 104 open meetings law to give adequate public notice for any board meeting held. Although these meetings are currently listed on the CCE website, and I understand that CCE does make an effort to conform with the physical posting. I was unable to find public notices in the news media, social media, or posted on the CCE website in prompt position. It's possible I just didn't see it, and so I apologize. But it would appear that we may be not in compliance with those meeting notices. And given the controversy over the last 3 months and the need to protect our institutional reputation, especially our reputation for transparency and fairness, notices have to be given. I motion that we as a CCE 4H committee send a recommendation to the board that it needs to comply with section 104 of the open meetings law.
Are you, just a side question, are you taking notes so that we can submit these to our?
Yeah. I have it down.
I assume that one, yeah, just clear.
It's also being typed.
True. All right, I'll motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So on the section of freedom of information law. Sorry, Stacey, may I? Leave that. Leave that. I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Rachel, I'll talk about it now.
Okay, so section 87 4C of the New York Freedom of Information Law provides that the contact information for persons from whom records of the agency may be obtained must be listed on the website. I've been contacted by members of the public who haven't known how to submit a FOIL request because we don't actually have that information available. So my understanding is that at some point last year, Stacey Young was appointed by the board or by the president, I'm sure, as our records access officer. Right, so we basically have to have a records access officer. And that person's name has to be on the website and their contact details have to be on the website and needs to be easily accessible. It should also be in our FOIL policy. That information is not available. It needs to be fixed. It's caused problems over the last 3 months because members of the public have been unable to file it. Now, apparently Stacey Young, I've been informed by Mandy today, after inquiring about this on Sunday, is the records officer. Unfortunately, I'd like to refer my committee members to, I don't think it got printed out, but I think you would have seen it in an email that got sent around the staff website page. There is no records access officer. Stacey is not listed as record access officer. Same goes for the our FOIL policy. This is problematic. The person responsible for ensuring compliance with the Freedom of Information Law and appointing records officer and making sure that the information and contact details of the records access officer is available is the executive director of the CCE. I refer to our FOIL policy, which states the executive director shall be responsible for ensuring compliance. That actually says ensuring instead of ENSURING, like insurance, but that's okay. Compliance with these regulations and shall designate one or more persons as records access officer by name or by specific job title and business address who shall have the duty of coordinating CCE's response to public requests for access to records. The other thing is our FOIL policy on our CCE website is in draft form with comments on it. So I'd like to motion that the board corrects that and posts a unedited, uncommented, clean copy of our FOIL policy on the website. Finalized copy. Do I have a second?
Motion. All in favor?
Aye. Number 2, I am making a motion that the CCE board question the executive director as to why open meeting laws and FOIL laws are currently being violated by our organization.
1 second. All in favor?
Aye. Finally, I contacted our executive director on March 2nd and March 4th to clarify, to request access on behalf of the committee to the following documents. Any policies or operating manuals specific to our 4H program, any operating manuals specifically for staff for 4H or CCE at either the Walton or Hamden office or both, any human resources policies and procedures that they have, especially those relating to hiring, governance, discrimination, complaints procedures. I note that these have, I also requested a copy of the organizational structure chart so that we can understand how on earth our organization is structured and how board members are appointed. On March 5th, none of these documents have been provided to us by the executive director or her staff. Nor are any of these policies or documents available to the public on our website. I'd like to make a motion that the CCE board, the 4H committee is advising the CCE board that it needs to create a policy archive or policy library on our website and post these documents ASAP.
Motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Number two, sorry, not done yet. Sorry, guys. I mentioned it'll be long. I make a motion that the CCE 4H committee advises the CCE board to question the executive director as to why none of these policies are available or have been made available.
A second. All in favor?
Aye.
So moving on to the next order of business, staffing issues. So the departure of Ms. Emily Roach, Ms. Corinne Hopkins, and Ms. Justine Bridget. Staff turnover and staff shortages, staff workload and morale.
Would you like to comment? Would someone else like to comment on their feelings about, I guess we would note simply that, I would note to begin with that Justine Bishop left. She was our 4H admin person at the end of December. That Corinne and Emily were departed, sorry, 2 weeks ago. Note for the record that the 4H committee was not advised of this until our last issues committee, and that we still have no idea what has happened or what's going on. Does anyone else want to speak to this? Because I feel I've been speaking a lot, but I will say I don't believe that our 4H, regardless of what the executive director was quoted as saying to the reporter this week, I don't believe that the loss of 3/4 of our 4H staff over the period of 3 to 4 months is acceptable, or that we can blithely believe that it will not impact our 4H program and our kids. It's very nice to have optimistic rosy glasses, but we also have to be realistic. There is no way this is not going to hurt our children. This is no way this is not going to hurt our 4H program. But I would like to other board members to speak to this, other committee members to speak to this.
I would like to point to, I agree with the statements. I also want to say that these two ladies are picking up an enormous amount of workload, and that is, we need to be here to support them as well as the rest of the community and children in our community.
I agree with both of your statements and have been approached by many community members on how are all these programs going to continue and what is the impact of the children at this time.
Can the community chime in at this time, or is it not appropriate in your?
Can we leave it to the end? Sure. We'll organize it.
Thank you.
It's going to be a long meeting, so we want to get through all the business that we have to get through first. Thanks for being understanding. So I have some, does anyone else, Justin, you want to? Sorry.
No, it's been hard. It's been a lot of people contacted, and when you don't have answers, it's hard to justify what happened.
It's very hard to answer questions
And
and
that's,
comments and you feel terrible just shrugging your shoulders saying, I don't know.
And when you do this, I don't know, it leads to speculation.
Absolutely. Correct.
Good.
And you want answers yourself.
We know how much time and effort all of the members put in, all of these staff put into the program. And it's going to take it.
I have some questions, specific questions for, to start with, maybe Caitlin and Ashley, since you're here. Who currently is doing the 4H administrative jobs typically assigned to Justine Bishop?
Caitlin.
Caitlin. Who is doing the 4H work currently assigned to Miss Roach, that was assigned to Miss Roach?
Caitlin. I should say Caitlin and myself, because her whole job, you know, was not just the programming in 4H that she did, but also supervisory roles. So I picked up the supervisory roles for 4H. But for the most part, the day-to-day things that Emily did, Caitlin is picking up the slack for sure.
Can I also ask that on that point, Ashley, can you confirm that you are also the human ecology team leader?
Correct,
And can you confirm that you are also the rural health care director?
correct.
So on top of those two positions, you are now expected to be the interim 4H leader.
Yes, I was appointed as the interim 4-H team leader, on Monday of last week.
So is it fair to say at this point you're working close to 2 or 3 full-time job? You're carrying a load of 2 or 3 employees?
Yeah, so it might be a little hard to understand, but the 4-H or the Rural Healthcare Alliance Director falls under the Human Ecology
Okay.
Team Leader. I know it's listed separate on the website, but that is under my duties as the Human Ecology Team Leader.
Okay.
But yeah, so I am covering Human Ecology Team Lead and 4-H Team Lead right now.
Would you say that's 1.5 jobs, 2 full-time jobs?
I would say at this point, 1.5, but as time goes on and I start to learn more, I'm trying to help Caitlin as much as I can and take as much off of her plate as I can without having any background in 4-H. But yeah, I think it will become 2 full-time jobs eventually.
Can I ask
And-
one more?
Rachel, I would say as I'm on the Zoom here, should be given an opportunity to comment about the staffing. It's not fair to ask the staffing restructure. So yes, as Kate, Ashley stated that she's been appointed as the interim. Interim means just as the time as we are recruiting. So our 4-H resource educator position is posted this evening. It's gone on Indeed. We are recruiting. Justine's former position, the 4-H ag admin, I gave
Sorry,
that update last time.
I will make opportunity for you to speak. I wasn't aware that, we weren't aware that you were on Zoom as a guest. And I will remind you that it is our committee and our committee meeting to run. We will certainly come back to you, but right now we as
So
a committee.
staffing, I understand that staffing questions should be directed to me, not to my staff. That's not appropriate.
But they are team leads.
Mindy, you are not allowed to prohibit or forbid us from asking 4-H staff about their jobs right now.
I'm not prohibiting or stopping that. I'm just saying if you're asking about restructure, they will not have the full picture. So I'm right here
That's
to answer
fine,
those
that's fine,
questions.
but we will come to you for the full picture. Right now, you're interfering with our ability to run our meeting and ask ask the staff, the 4-H staff, what their day-to-day job looks like. And actually,
Please continue.
while we're on that, I want to go back to our open meeting laws. It was noted to me that there's been a conspicuous absence of CCE staff at board meetings since November or December last year. I would like to remind the board that it is by law required to make CCE board meetings open to the public, and that includes staff. I'd actually like to motion that the committee advises the CCE board to question staff as to why they have not been coming to CCE board meetings.
I will second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I would like to just point out back to our previous discussion that we have not hit the high season of 4-H yet. And at this point in time, we have 1.5, 2.5 staff members. John, you're counted in there 3.5. But I just want you, again, we are here for you guys too, because this is gonna be crazy and it's only going to get more. So the 1.5 that you may have now, it's gonna go crazy when we're trying to get everything set with camp and fair and everything else. So we just want a clear picture of how much you guys are doing, because this is going to be on your shoulders. That's the reason we ask these questions.
I just want to let you guys know that none of this is meant to make you guys feel uncomfortable. So please, if you don't want to talk now and you want to say, I need a private session, say that. Because
Would
it
either
is
of you
your
like to go
right
to executive
to
session
say
with us?
that as well.
Yes, okay, so we will do that after. I do have a couple of questions for you, Caitlin, about your workload, if I could continue that, and then just, it's not related to you person, but we can go into executive session with each of you. Caitlin, who's doing Corinne Tompkins' job right now?
Caitlin,
Caitlin.
Caitlin and John partly.
John,
Yeah,
okay, so John's doing the campsite,
yeah, John was hired as the camp director.
okay, and Caitlin, you're doing the 4-H education side, or?
Programmatic side.
Now, Caitlin, would you say that you're doing a full-time workload or job of 1 full-time staff member, 1.5, 2, 3 right now?
That's kind of hard to judge. It tends to vary day by day, what the focus is, but it's a significant amount.
How many hours are you working right now? Like, what's your general day like?
It depends on the day. Again, if there's a late program or not. My typical hours are about 8-hour days. In the last 2 weeks, I have accrued overtime.
So I would like to motion that this committee expresses concern to the CCE board about the workload currently burdened and put upon Caitlin Conklin, John Conklin, and Ashley.
Motion.
All in favor?
Aye. I'd also like to make a motion that this committee recommend and advise the CCE board of our concern about staff turnover affecting our 4-H program, primarily that it is unacceptable.
I second that. All in favor?
Aye.
I'd like to motion this committee advise and recommend the CCE board that we would like, and we highly recommend an investigation into staff turnover and the workload currently shared and taken on by our staff.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Mandy, would you like to speak to this?
You didn't mute everybody, she can unmute herself.
All right, it's unmuted finally. Yeah, so Rachel, thank you. So for the the restructure, what you kind of had the ask the question, I felt I needed to kind of, support my staff on that because it kind of felt a little bit unfair for them to answer. By no means that I'm interrupting your meeting. And I appreciate that you give me the opportunity to answer to the staffing. So the 4-H.
Well, in all fairness, Mandy, you do have the opportunity to be here in person. But please continue.
So the 4-H, just kind of giving you an update on the vacancies, where we stand. So the 4-H admin assistant positions, we are scheduling those interviews for next week. The 4-H camp resource educator position just became open today. It's posted in Indeed. It's posted in our Cornell Workday. And we are going to move that into our online platforms and website tomorrow. With
What
regards
position is
to,
that? I didn't catch that.
that is a 4-H resource educator for the camp resource educator. And then for the 4-H program resource educator, that position is being reviewed. It should be up in the next just a few more days. They both were submitted about the same time. And now for the camp oversight in the side of the camp. So John had accepted the offer. I did cover all these staffing updates in the last meeting with the issues committee. So after that, we are now, there were interviews were already conducted for the camp seasonal staff. We are now moving into having those applications be put into Workday and getting all those references checked. So our next top priority is to get all those offer letters out and as quickly as possible. So it does seem there's a lot of work. We are all chipping away at it as a team. I'm right there to support them. Tonight, I wasn't able to come at this time, so I'm here on Zoom. So if you have any questions about the staffing, I'm happy to share and go into details for those. It is right now a lot of work, but we are trying to make sure that programs are covered. Our main focus is making sure that none of those programs that were scheduled for the month of March, they're all going forward. That is the most important message that we need to send out to the community. There isn't a single program for the month of March that we had to delay or stop. Actually, I learned today from staff that we ended up adding one extra additional program for the month of March. We are now in the works of covering for April. We are working on details for that. Those will be coming out soon. For the camp side of the things, we also have resources from the CCE level, which I have connected and reached out to. There's a lot more that's going under the surface that is not perhaps visible, but we do have the support for all of that, and we're going to pull through this time. There will be no programs held back or the opportunities held back from the children of Delaware County. That is the message that needs to go. That's not a rosy glasses, Rachel. A lot of work went into that, and I acknowledge all the hard work that the staff is doing. And we are going to recruit. We are in the process of recruiting, and positions will be filled. Vacancies are moving forward. We have all those pieces in place to be in a very good place as we kind of offer those positions and hire those people in.
Mandeep, I need you to clarify the positions that have been posted, because you talked about 4-H resource educator twice. One associated with the camp and one, I'm assuming, should be team lead, but I'm not understanding the difference between, I understand the admin position has been posted and you're interviewing for it, but you have
Yes.
the two 4-H, can you please restate the two posted, the two 4-H
Yeah.
non-admin positions that have been posted?
Sure, Libby. So the one that is posted today, this evening, it's not on our website yet, but it's on the Indeed, if you go on there, and the Cornell
Okay.
Workday. So we're gonna post that.
Why isn't it posted on our website?
It just happened at the end of the day, and Stacy is out sick on leave. We are just trying to work that through. It was the end of the day that it got posted. I'm just bringing that good
That's
news to the committee members here. It's just like at 4:30, I received the update. It's posted on Indeed and it's posted on Workday. That's how when the positions go through the Cornell system, they go through Cornell Workday. So it's posted there. And if someone was to Google, that kind of will come up. And it's also posted simultaneously and through Indeed at the time. So tomorrow it will post it on our website and on all our social media, kind of the platforms. That is the 4-H camp position. So resource educator for the camp. The second position is what I just stated. It's going through the approval process. I don't have a timeline. I'm just anticipating in the next few days that will be posted as well. And Libby, yes, you did hear that correctly. So it is a 4-H resource educator position for programming. And when these two, the plan is when these two positions are filled and these, new employees are kind of trained into the programming, it'll allow us an opportunity to see which of those, team members will allow them a latter kind of the opportunity for their career development. So they would be able, then in time we'll be able to see the sort of the management piece of that piece for the team leader. Until then, the plan would be that Ashley will continue to provide coverage as a 4-H team leader for the interim time.
Is there a reason you chose to do the two resource educators versus to see if we have someone qualified to be the team lead that may come?
Yeah, so I'm just looking at the trend of all the hirings that we have done recently. Just for Ashley's position, as you know, it's sat there down there for a long time, vacant, trying to find somebody with the exact experience that we need to be a team leader. So the resource educator position for the programming piece, there's a lot more kind of the market for that to bring them in and then train them. And then, of course, building their opportunity, either would that be the camp resource educator or the program that would have that, kind of the ability. And as we're interviewing, we're looking for those elements in there and building that opportunity for them to be a team leader.
Is there a reason we can't simultaneously have those positions? Because we don't know what's out there and who is interested in our positions. We've done it in the past. We've had a team lead, and then we see what is available and who comes in for the interviews.
That's a great, that's a great thought. And I'm actually exploring that option as well.
We would need to clarify with Lori North.
Okay.
That's what I'm working on. Betty, thank you for saying that.
I don't want to leave this to the opportunity that we're not going to find be able to fill the positions. If there is an opportunity to have somebody out there that could be team lead.
Now, that's a good thought. I mean, I appreciate this input and I'm seeing that would be a good, so I'm going to reach out to Lori North and see if we could do the simultaneous for that as well.
Yeah,
so that way if we get an app candidate that we won't miss them. Sure, I'm happy to do that.
I guess that's what I'm thinking.
That's a good thought, Libby. Sure.
Ask follow-up questions, Mandeep. So it seems to me that we had Corinne covering camp director and 4-H educator. We had Emily as 4-H lead, or was she also 4-H educator?
Team leader.
She was a team leader. And so what I'm hearing is John has replaced Emily, Corinne in her camp capacity.
No, John has not replaced Corinne in that. No, John's position is still the camp director. So he's our camp director. We are looking for camp administrator. That position is what's posted right now.
But that's not the resource camp educator you speak of, correct? Those are two separate positions?
Administrator is the same as a camp resource educator. they will have the responsibility of the camp.
Now, these full-time positions for both are seasonal.
Full-time, permanent, exempt, 1.0 FTE.
Okay, so you're rolling all of the camp duties into one position, including administrative.
So that
That's what I'm hearing.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
hearing. Great
So
questions.
camp, so there are two positions, right? So two positions separate for the 4-H program. And then the 4-H camp resource educator who will have the responsibilities of the camp. That's their position. Their title from Cornell is a resource educator, but we are calling them camp administrator. So that would be who John will work hand in hand with. So he's the director of the camp. So this would be the camp administrator on staff, full-time.
And so on non-camp seasonal time, they would be a 4-H resource educator, correct?
They would be able to do programming, yes, yes.
Okay.
Hold on, but my question is, I think I saw something about seasonal somewhere in some of the documents that were posted. I just want to clarify that you plan on hiring 2 full-time 4-H/camp educators.
That's right. Full-time,
With
not
the
seasonal. So
idea
we
that
do
we
have
may
some
need to
seasonal
put out
staff, Rachel. So
as
Rachel
well.
might be going on. There are some seasonal staff that we are hiring. So there are a lot of positions that are going forward. So it's possible you might have seen something seasonal, but these are not seasonal. They're full-time, regular, year-round.
What was that? Did you
So-
follow that? I couldn't hear.
That might have been older postings.
Older postings. Okay.
So I just want to, in past practice for our camp, we've had an admin, we've had Corinne, as well as the 50%
Oh.
admin, Corinne.
Camp admin.
Correct. So you
So
were
that's the
saying
seasonal. So that camp admin. So Libby,
Maybe
yes, so the camp admin is a seasonal position. No, the camp admin is a seasonal position. For the camp time, they will be there. So we're gonna hire them as temp for the admin assistant piece for the camp. Is
Okay,
what
that
you-
was my question earlier, is if
Yeah.
you were rolling that piece into the 4-H educator.
Oh, no,
camp
they're
component.
separate
Those
as
are
a-
two separate positions.
Yeah, they're separate, yeah, and
And
that's
that has
part-time
been
seasonal.
posted or has not been posted?
That's been going through, I've just looked at the position description with Lori last night.
Okay,
And
so that's
for
in
the, for
process.
the, for the time being, we are looking to turn that perhaps into a year-round position before just looking at what we need to fill our kind of the need immediately. I'm moving forward with just recruiting as a temp, because temp positions can be hired very quickly, quick turnaround then. Yeah, so that's what I'm working with her on that, yeah.
Can I clarify that? So you're hiring, this temp position, temp hiring is for a H educator role or camp?
No,
What-
admin.
Admin, admin for the camp, admin for the camp,
And is there
seasonal,
any
part-time.
plan to use temps for H education purposes?
We're recruiting for full-time, regular 1.0 FTE positions for those two. We have kind of discussed the idea of, this was in the last meeting, and Rachel, you may recall that when Lonnie Schaefer did say that maybe this is time when we can ask our volunteers, to kind of who are veteran in the program, who have experience, who are willing to step up and help us. And I've had the support from the board to even do a stipend for them. So we are working.
You said that. Okay, yes.
So we are looking into creating a list. So that's what staff and I are doing right now, looking into our wish list to see what kind of job duties and what that looks like. And then I will be reaching out to all the colleges around too. So we can hire interns, we can hire, we can ask our volunteers to step up to do that. And we'll look into some kind of compensation allowance or some kind of thing that we could do just to provide the coverage as we are just recruiting for all these
Can I
vacancies.
ask what kind of stipend does CCE currently offer to volunteers or supporters currently?
Can you repeat the question? I didn't catch the first one. What do
kind
we
of
offer?
stipend, what amount do we currently offer to people to step up and help out?
I don't believe that there is any stipend that was offered to the volunteers in the past, but we are now looking into what kind of support do we know. So we have received a couple names from communities have reached, members have reached out and they said they would be willing to help out and do all that kind of work for us. So we have their names. So I'm working on the allowance to figure out what that time frame looks like, how much work they're going to do and what that compensation is going to look like.
Okay, so
Yeah.
let me understand. Right now, you've posted the 2 positions, full-time 4-H educator.
One
You're
one
about
position
to
for
post
now.
4-H educator, camp educator, plus you've also posted for administration help for both camp and 4-H, or just
just camp,
Just camp.
seasonal camp admin. We do have the admin for the
Position.
office position posted, and we're interviewing next week.
Okay, now,
We interviewed, yeah.
you're also planning on, supplementing work with stipends to volunteers and perhaps interns. You're collating a list of potential volunteers
Yes,
that you and your staff plan to approach.
that's right. That's correct. So-
Can you tell me what is the, how many positions do you, for all of CCE, do you currently have posted? How many openings for jobs do you currently have in total?
I have to go back. So camp coordinator, we're doing interviews for those. If you're looking about just the 4-H program.
I mean, in total, how many CCE positions are?
I think there are
currently
four or five right now. There were
Four
four,
or
now
five.
they're five maybe right now. With today's
Ah.
might be 6. I have to go back and check quickly.
vacant? And so it's 4 to 5.
They're going through at different levels of the recruitment, yes.
Okay, and then so there's 45 vacant positions. Are they all currently posted now for jobs?
They are posted on the website. We're recruiting we have applicants for all of those positions.
Okay, can I ask, what is your average hire lapse? So how long is it taking you between between posting and hire?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's depends on what kind of position it is, what kind of job market and what people kind of apply. It's all kind of different. I can just share with you the camp coordinator. I'm going to give an example. There are 7 applicants right there for us to review and start those interviews. We were planning on those interviews today, but then it seemed like just too quick of a turnaround. So those will be scheduled for next week. Then we had, for example, it's a NYSERDA position. Again, it's full-time year-round, position with benefits and everything. We only had 1 applicant and that position was open for a while. So it just kind of depends and see who's out there looking for positions.
So can you tell me, how long did it take to get that 1 applicant?
I believe we had that posting open for maybe 3 weeks or so, but we had now 2nd applicant that was just looking to apply last night for that position. So I can tell you in a few days how these recruitments and vacancies are going. I mean, that might be more accurate than me estimating because I really don't know who's applying out there. But I will tell you that our compensation for these is listed as competitive. So we had to look at that, what the minimum for CCE, those things had changed. Those factors been considered.
So you don't think it's compensation that's deterring people from applying to CCE?
Not really.
Why do you think?
I would say, Rachel, I mean, there are other companies and private sector that could offer a lot more than CCE does. Or,
Sorry, Stacy is, has the floor, sorry.
It's a lot of it's education.
It's education requirements. Also, Stacy, do you want to mention what you just saw?
Oh, there's 6 jobs listed on the CCE website.
So it's not 4 to 5, it's 6 jobs, is that correct? Mandeep?
She's muted.
I thought she was on.
Oh, someone has to mute herself.
Mandeep, can you
Right,
hear
I'm
us?
I'm finally unmuted. I was trying to just get that unmuted. So yes, that would be correct, because there are positions that the 4-H admin assistant and the others were posted on Indeed. We've pulled those just recently into the website,
Okay.
yes.
So there's currently 6. I thought you mentioned that the 4-H postings weren't posted on our website yet. And this is from our website, right? Yep.
The one that just got kind of released today, that will be on there tomorrow. Yeah, so but everything else that's there is out there on the website.
So eventually there'll be 8, is by calculating that, there's gonna be 8?
7 by tomorrow and 8 when the 4-H program resource educator position is approved and posted.
Okay,
7
and
by
then
tomorrow, yeah.
Stacy mentioned that she considers the education requirements to be one of the reasons our office, our organization is having trouble filling positions. Can you tell me what the education requirements is for the admin positions that we currently have advertised for our office?
I believe it's the associate degree for them. And what Stacy is referring to was that, we had conversations about the finance and some other position that we were recruiting, kind of to call back our conversations from the board meetings. These positions, the way they're described and how they kind of are categorized, that comes from Cornell. Each association does not have the ability to change, to remove, like for these resource educators, the level of education required is a master's level. I, as the executive director, cannot change that to bachelor's,
Is that-
or decrease it.
That's team lead.
Yeah.
Yes, that's not.
Those are
educators,
beyond.
that's team lead. Educators can come in with the bachelor's with the idea, much like a teacher. You can come in with a bachelor's working towards a master's as an educator, correct?
So Cornell sets the education requirement based on the job description and what level it is, so, Lori North again would be a better source of advice, but.
The community, yeah, I think you're
Sorry, Mindy, we'd like to finish hearing what Betty has to say.
So specific to the finance manager, if you want to give them like the finance manager title, they have to have at least a bachelor's degree in order to have that title within Cornell. Because Cornell, all of our job descriptions have to be approved by Cornell. So we have to fall into their educational requirements, but with that also goes hand in hand salary. So if you're going to require a higher degree, you also need to pay a comparable salary to entice somebody with that level of degree to apply for that position.
So Betty, there's no legal way for our office, given our remoteness and role position, there's no exemption path, there's no policies or procedures that will allow us to tweak that in order to hire.
Well, I mean, if you're hiring an educator, you want somebody with a minimum of a bachelor's in education.
I agree with that, but
So
my
if you're
concern is-
looking at admins that there's, in my mind, shouldn't be, like a high school diploma and some office experience.
So not to argue with that, but I sat in the board meeting where Mandy said that you require a bachelor's degree and experience doesn't count. Yet on the Cornell site, they list bachelor's degree or equivalent education, associate degree with 2 years of transferable functional experience.
For what position?
The finance manager. On the Cornell website.
So then I would go back
So
and challenge
the
Lori North.
Cornell website is going against what she sat in the board meeting and said.
So then I would defer to Lori North, who's our SBM HR representative, who should know all of the Cornell requirements. I'll be honest, I'm trusting Lori North to advise on those things, that's her
So
job.
all I'm
That's her
saying is
job.
that
What if Lori gets
if
it wrong?
I looked up on the website for this job and
And
it
you
said
could-
bachelor's degree, I'm not gonna apply for it because I don't have the education.
You could appeal to Cornell itself.
Okay. All right, let me just make a note. Advice. Education. requirements, conflict. Can I also ask, so is there a way we can fill positions?
So there'll be community educator and there's a resource educator, there's different tiers of educators. And with those different tiers come different educational requirements. It's like in a career ladder kind of idea. So posting the position, you always run the risk, if you post the lower level position, you're gonna get more applicants, but are you missing the opportunity to get a higher, somebody with a higher level because you posted at the lower level? If you posted the higher level, do you run the risk of not getting good lower level applicants because you posted it too high?
Now, can we post both with an option to not fill one?
That's something you would have to
I
get
think that's
approval
fair.
from Cornell, but I mean, these are Mandeep is the executive director. It's her role as executive director to operate the business for us. The board provides oversight. So, it would be her decision. I mean, she could contact Lori North and inquire about dual postings. Can we post a community educator and a resource educator? What level educators can we post? And then see what the applicants will bring.
Well, with all due respect, Betty, I agree that it's Mandeep's job to do that, but it's also the board's obligation to ensure legal compliance. And if there, and it seems that some of our postings aren't complying with clear Cornell policies. And I would actually like to motion the board that we recommend that the CCE board seek legal advice about the liability, potential litigation over our failure to comply with or align with clear CCE policy on hiring.
I do want to step in because we have had this conversation.
Yeah.
And in previous issue committee conversations, and it's been a fine line between what type of candidate and who do we want for those positions. Just like Betty is saying, in the years past, we've put out positions for a community educator and we get nobody. We put out a resource educator and we get somebody who's only qualified for the community and right. Yes, thank you. I'm just making sure I have the right words because the agent's out the window now. So the piece of it is, it's a fine line between attracting the right person and having them have the right education to fit those roles. So there is a fine line, and I do know that we've had those many of conversations about that piece to make sure that we do open our opportunities to have. It needs to be the right fit for our program.
Okay.
So that there is a line in there between how we recruit. I guess is how I want to state that.
All right, we want to move on at this point. I do have a couple of observations I'd like to make and put to my Mandy. All right, Mandy.
So I wanted to just add on to the conversation. So when we're talking about the community educator and the resource educator, education level is different, as Betty was talking about. Another difference that comes with the lower level position, you will need somebody to give that staff member day-to-day assignments. They cannot create programming on their own. They'll need to just be like supervisor need to sit right, hold their hand. Resource educator, on the other hand, is developing programming. It's creating opportunities. And that's what we need in the 4-H program. So community educator may not be the right fit for these 2 vacancies that we have right now. And that's where the education piece comes in. And then the compensation is different. And the 2 positions are very different. Level of supervision is different.
Given our current situation, a community educator would at least allow us to continue the programming we currently have and have additional staff and support within our 4-H program.
Libby, I'm willing to take the recommendation from the committee. If you all want me to
I
turn
just
these
want to make
into,
sure I'm thinking, I'm processing this correctly.
Yeah.
That if we have, I guess the question comes down to how many cross postings can we have? Is really what it comes down to. In terms of team lead, educator, resource educator, community educator,
So
admin is on its own.
how about a motion to this effect? The 4-H committee recommends and strongly suggests requests that the CCE board seek legal advice independent of CCE and executive director as to whether we can post requirements in excess of what Cornell policy says we should, and B, whether we can cross post.
Yeah, that's the question. Motion. All in favor?
Okay, so I want to summarize that there's been a lot of information, and if it's okay with Lisa.
Yes.
I would like to summarize my takeaways, and I think, Libby, your understanding of this is excellent and acute, and I'm so glad you're here. And you too, Stacey, for your HR and personnel expertise. What I'm understanding is that we have 8 current vacancies. We are slow to get applicants. And for whatever reason, our county is not particularly attractive to applicants. We've heard that it's not because of compensation. We've heard that it might be due to, it is due, part of it's due to, not complete, part of it's due to educational requirements. We've heard that some of those educational requirements are in excess of clearly stated Cornell policy on what's required for those positions. We've heard that Caitlin and Ashley are carrying a greater than full-time load, and likely John as well. We've heard that we are posting and looking for positions. We've heard that there's been outreach to other counties, I think. And I will note at this point, an effective 4-H program really needs people on the ground with the kids. And I think with our remoteness, I have
serious questions about our policy of hiring out of county residents, or at least relying on help, temporary help from outside counties.
Who are already sustaining their own.
Who,
full-time
yeah,
cases.
who already have full-time jobs. I think it's a frankly unsustainable and unrealistic solution. We are going to be looking for interns, and we are compiling a list of volunteers who we will ask to take perhaps a stipend of an unknown amount. Forgive me, but I find this unrealistic. And I think that it's unlikely to. You have to have so many things go right in that chain, in that plan. Consistently, in time, everything goes right in timely fashion. I think it's unrealistic to expect that there are going to be no distractions to our camp, no distractions to our fair, and no distractions to our 4-H program. I also think that it's unfair to expect Caitlin and Ashley to carry this load. And I think that's the picture I've taken away. And I also do hear, Mandeep, that you're trying really hard to get replacements, and we really appreciate you giving us all that information. However, we had 2 very competent staff who were fired. I want to add the potential possibility of one additional reason we might not be attracting staff. I noticed in the Facebook comments that, and I don't know, this is second and third hearsay, that the workplace at CCE, the quality and environment of the workplace at CCE might be partly one of the reasons why people are not applying for jobs here. We can address that a little bit later, but I did want to flag that that is another reason I've seen posted online, speculation. Again, it's hearsay. I don't know whether it's true, but I think it's worth noting at this point in our record that some concerns have been voiced to that extent. I do want to say that I personally, I'm going to speak for myself now, not the rest of my board. I don't understand why Emily and Corinne were fired. If they were fired, they were excellent. From my point of view as a committee member and as a 4-H mother, they were excellent staff members, excellent work, and they are 2 of the reasons that this program has been so successful. I don't understand why, when we're having this much trouble finding people to hire, getting them to come, that we fired them. I'd like to motion that this committee advises the CCE board that we are extremely concerned about the departure of Ms. Emily Roach, Ms. Corinne Tompkins.
Motion. All in favor?
Aye. I'd like to motion that this committee advises and the CCE board that we consider Corinne and Emily's firings to have put an unfair burden on the remaining staff, in particular Caitlin, Ashley, and John.
Motion. All in favor? Aye.
I'd like to motion that this committee advises the CCE board that the firing of 2 staff members who have been exemplary in their service and work for the children of 4-H. Now, we don't have all the information.
And the growth of the program.
And the growth of this program. When we have 8 vacancies currently listed, and a problem hiring is borders on professional negligence and irresponsibility.
Motion. All in favor?
Aye. I'd like to recommend, suggest to our committee, my committee members, that we motion to strongly advise the CCE board to explain to us in executive session in a special meeting forthcoming about, if legally permitted, about what exactly has happened.
Motion. All in favor?
Aye. I'd like to recommend, sorry, everyone. I'd like to recommend to my fellow committee members that we advise and recommend to the board that they investigate the circumstances of their departure and how it's been handled with regard and with consideration to the needs of our 4-H program.
Independent investigation?
Independent investigation. And this is separate to any investigation into why they departed. This is looking at the handling of their departure.
Motion. All in favor?
I would like to recommend, no, I think we're good at this point. So I have a question. Sorry. Campusship applications.
Yes.
So who is getting the campusship applications right now? Who are they being emailed to? Who were they emailed to on March 1st?
Did we figure out how to get access to the ones we don't have yet?
So let me get this straight. We fired someone with next to no notice, or that person departed suddenly. And we had campusship applications which disadvantaged youth in our county require and need in order to go to camp. And that person departed, right as,
In fairness, the email is a Cornell email. It has nothing to do with people
No,
in this room.
And we know that they don't have access because it is Cornell.
Right.
That was our last 4-H issues committee conversation.
but shouldn't we have had a continuation succession plan in place? Like,
4 days.
our kids have applied, sent in campusship
There
applications.
should be a contact through Cornell that can access the email.
Right.
And that's not anyone in this office or this establishment at all. That's a Cornell.
Okay, so can I suggest to my committee members that we recommend and strongly advise the CCE board that they contact the CCE central office to gain access to the relevant email accounts in order to,
Well, that's the question. Has Mandy reached out to IT through Cornell?
She has her hand up if you want her to answer that.
yeah,
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Rachel, I did reach out to the IT. There is no mechanism to access those emails, but thinking through a possible solution is that we will send an e-blast tomorrow to our 4-H online. And if anyone has submitted their application via email to the former staff and they're still waiting to hear back, they can simply forward us their sent email and we'll process that right away. And after the 26th, there was that automatic message that was set out so people would have known where to send their applications. So this is the one way we can cover that. IT was not able to, they're not able to go back into anybody's emails to look for
Where's-
any specific.
Can someone check
Is
that?
it in the Ultra?
No, not essays,
Not the answer.
not the essays. Who were the essays meant to be sent to? Have we clarified that? Caitlin, Ashley, Mandy?
Essays would have been sent to Corinne's. So yeah, so we can send out the 4-H blast tomorrow morning to everyone.
Can I see?
John said he can chime in on the camperships if we want an update from him.
Please.
Okay, go
Oh,
ahead,
that'd be
John.
great.
I'm sorry. I don't know if I must be on there.
Okay, so with the camperships, since they're going through Ultra Camp to apply for camp, I can see who has applied. I do have a folder of some printed out camperships. Anything that I don't have, I can reach out to them individually for the folks that I have applications that I know that were sent at some point, but I don't have specifically. So I can
Okay.
reach out to them individually.
All right, that would be
Am
great.
am I correct in understanding that even if you do a campership, would our current campers that might be applying for those camperships have already applied through Ultra? Because it would be two separate requirements, correct?
If there's anybody who has applied through a campership but didn't put that on Ultra Camp, I would have no idea if they would or not.
But that's my question. Is there any way to, again, specifically maybe rein in some of our communication to those that have currently applied? And indicating that if this was an application that you feel you are eligible for, can we revisit, can they contact somebody so that we are reaching out to them to make sure that we have that access to everybody? I mean, we're well beyond our camp March 1st deadline at this point, but I don't want you to have to email every single person that's applied for camp. Unless.
Yeah, well, I have,
Covering 2 jobs right now.
well, I get that.
Plus your
There
own.
there, there is, some camperships that are putting their essay in like a text box in Ultra
Right.
Camp. So
Right.
those do exist. I do have a folder, of ones that are printed out from Corinne. She was printing them out as much as she could as they came in and had given me that folder. So if anybody had put anything in after, whatever date that was, I would not have.
But don't we have to on Ultra Camp put in what scholarships or what camperships we are applying for? Would we be able to kind of rule out some of the potential campers based on that information?
Yeah.
My kids did it right on Ultra Camp, so I don't know the ones that we are not eligible for. That's why I'm
So
asking.
there are going to be some campers that I have to reach out and say, you know, you aren't able to get this one, but you can get this one, or if I have to clarify with them which campership specifically that they do have to apply for. So there is going to have to be some investigation on my part on that.
Yeah, no, I understand completely, John, that it's not gonna be an easy solution. But we're kind of in this poor predicament because of our inability
Understand.
to make sure we have them all. I was trying to think of a way of maybe narrowing down how many you have to reach out to or how many we have to kind of communicate with. But my only thought was on the Ultra Camp application, it should say if they are applying for those.
Correct. And
Right?
yeah, and I can send out a automated email to the list of people who have put in camperships, who have applied via Ultra Camp. If so, I can put out an email that says, if you have applied for a campership, and you applied after such and such date, please send me your essays. I can do that, or I can just redo the whole thing and have everybody send me their essays, whatever that happens to be. That might be less work than just trying to sift through.
Figuring it out. Or those specifically who are interested in those applications that require that additional essay might be a great way to do it too. Not that, I don't know if that probably is a lot more work for you to go through and figure those out, but I'm just trying to figure out, I don't want you to have to go through and contact every single person who's applied, because that's just crazy talk.
Well, we could also post on Facebook and send something on the listserv. And
That's a good idea.
That's one, I mean, it's not a sufficient solution, but it's probably.
I have contacts for each and every person, and a lot of them aren't from the area, so they're not going to have our 4-H Facebook stuff like that.
That's it. Rachel, John's just saying that some of the applicants are out of the area, so it won't reach them. So I think it's gonna have to be driven by the list of camper. Yes, enrollments, thank you, or the applicants. So.
Yep. And it's going to have to be through Ultra Camp as far as me getting a list, and it might be just the most efficient way just to contact them directly through there.
It would be better for people to get it and not need it than miss.
Right, I agree with that, And I think even just listing those specific camperships that needed that additional essay.
Mhm.
'Cause again, my children did it, we went through everything, but we're not eligible for those, so it might allow, because if I'm looking at that and I'm going, oh crap, here comes an email, something I have to do real quick. If they're listed as to what those actual camperships are, it might at least catch on to those busy parents that are like me and don't process everything quickly.
That makes sense. Thank you, Libby.
John, I have a couple, Lisa, would you mind if we skip the programming and go to camp while we have John?
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay. John, so right now I want to understand again, just what positions you're currently filling and working.
For camp, 99% of our positions are temp positions. So we're currently recruiting for counselors, both day camp and overnight staff, our food service program we're hiring for. We are hiring for our leadership team as far as our program directors and sorry, I'm still getting over being sick. And we're also
Yeah.
hiring for our camp clerk, our nurses. So really the entire camp staff right now is out there being recruited. We did a bunch of interviews in January, so I do have a lot of the team put together on paper, but offer letters have not gone out yet.
How many positions do you have to fill in total?
Depending on how many counselors we get, we usually hire between 50 and 60 individuals.
50 to 60?
Mhm.
And before, before Corinne's departure, who worked on this? Who were the members of the team that worked on this?
So usually it's been me and Corinne who do the interviews the past, I want to say 10 years. Me and her have done that. And since taking on the camp director role, I've had say in who does get those positions. As far as the HR part of it goes, has been mostly Corinne as far as drafting the offer letters, making sure all the I's are dotted, T's are crossed as far as paperwork, and also Justine in that as well, playing a huge part in that process. So I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, keep going.
I'm more on the personnel side of that as far as managing the personnel. All of the background stuff, as far as that goes, would go to Corinne and or Justine, traditionally.
So Corinne and Justine did some of the administrative work and you're involved in substantive hiring questions. So it sounds like we're looking to replace Justine's administrative component and
No, we
No.
have an admin for the summer that we usually have for camp that fills in. They usually start May-ish, correct, John?
Yes. So we haven't had that position, I think,
Typically,
since
it's not
2019.
That helps with this. We pulled Justine off of that because
Okay.
it was so much. He just covered one summer part of the time, I believe, right, John? Didn't Justine just facilitate one summer or one transition period because we didn't have that admin for temporary?
Yes.
role?
Yes, that was a position. That was a seasonal position. Well, it was year round, but it became full time in the summer because of the large HR load with camp. So yeah, camp did have their own. I think it was a 20-hour a week during most of the year position that went to 40 during the summer, just for camp HR. And that person also did a lot of camp registrations for campers and schedules and things like that. There was a massive amount of HR work and administrative work there.
And they were on site on camp, correct?
Yes,
Or
during
during
camp they were on site. Yep, on site they were there during the day.
Okay. So right now, what I'm understanding is until we have replacement hire people, you're doing most Corinne's work that was assigned to camp. Well, let me rephrase the question, sorry. Who right now is doing the bulk of Corinne and Justine's job for camp,
Associated with camp.
associated with camp?
So anything camp right now is me.
All right, so you're filling in for Corinne, you're taking over Corinne's camp obligations, Justine's camp obligations on top of your own.
And
camp
the
obligations.
admin.
And the admin. Right, and then you also have another job, right, John?
Yes.
Is that a full-time or part-time job?
It's 30 hours a week, and then on top of that, whatever classes I am currently adjuncting. So it could go at anywhere from 30 hours a week to 45 hours a week.
Okay, so, and then on top of that, how many hours a week are you working at camp right now on camp 4H issue?
For CCE, I'm able to put anywhere from just 15 to 20, unfortunately.
Mhm. So is everything getting done that needs to get done for camp with your 15 to 20 hours covering your job, Corinne's and Justine's and admin?
Is that enough hours is the question.
I'm definitely working on getting all those things done. Thankfully, I have some support in the state level from Sean Teedy. He's our New York State 4-H camp lead. Very, very supportive, very good person who has been supportive of Shankatunk for a very long time. So he's helping me out, connecting me with people for certain grants and certain policies to make sure that we are on the up and up. So I have been leaning on him a decent amount because he knows this system better than anybody else does.
So, John,
Can I
sorry.
just add to that? So the man that he's referring to, we've set up weekly meetings with him too. So he's very supportive in that. I think will be very helpful to John.
Okay, so, my question wasn't really about, the quality of the support that you're getting right now, although, I think we're aware of that from the last meeting, and I appreciate you mentioning it. My question was specifically, with the 15 to 20 hours, regardless of the support you might get, are you currently getting everything done? And this is no judgment on you.
Correct.
This is, I'm sorry, in the legal world, we talk about capacity and availability. We know that when we're working 60 to 70-hour weeks, there's only so much more work you can take on. So my question is, I'm looking here, and at a minimum, you're working 45 hours a week. At a maximum, you're working at 65 hours a week. My question is, for the 15 to 20 hours that you're currently doing for CCE, regardless of whatever assistance you're getting outside in terms of do this, do that, is everything getting done? And again, I'm not asking because we're going to judge you for it. We're asking, I'm asking.
Understand.
So
I guess I am still also collecting everything that needs to be done, if that makes any sense. I'm still in that process of evaluating what all that actually is, because there's so much that was done in the background that I wasn't really involved with. So I'm
So
still
yeah,
working
that wasn't your
on.
job, that wasn't your role last year.
Yeah, correct. So
So you
I
weren't
mean,
given a
I
list.
would want to say that I'm getting a lot of it done, yes, but there may be things that I am not aware of.
Okay, so you weren't given a list of jobs that, so what I'm getting at is, were you given a list of tasks and deliverables that Corinne and Justine did in the past? It sounds like
Yep.
you're still trying to work out what their tasks and deliverables were.
Camp is one of those things where you can never actually put a job description together where it includes everything. There's so many little things that are in there that go unseen that you'll never be able to really consolidate that. You'll never see, it's hard to really.
You're learning as you go.
Yes, and it's something that it's the line that I tell staff all the time is other duties as assigned and as needed, because there's always things that come up that you would never expect to have to do. So it's hard for me to really imagine that even being a thing as far as a list of things that Corinne did.
Okay, so, but regardless of whether you think there could be or might be a list, you weren't given a list.
Well, I know that Corinne handed me the things that she was working on in that moment, as far as the grant she was working on, the things that she was currently tasked with. Those are those things that were happening in the near future. But as far as long-term goes, I don't know if I can speak to that.
Just give me a second. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah.
Can I just want to point out this is just my side, being on the personnel committee. I would like to come off of what Rachel is saying in terms of the additional hours that are being put in our department. And I want to make sure, because this has not been the case in the past, and I have had to be vocal about it in the past, that are we compensating our current staff well enough to show that we appreciate what they are doing and the amount of effort and work they're putting into our program? Because right now it sounds like John accepted this director position. And John, you can tell me if I'm wrong. I might be putting words in your mouth, and I'm putting words out of my own mouth. That you've accepted this position, but are now taking on potentially, I'm just gonna throw a number out there, say 0.5 more FTE that was done by Corinne and Justine. But has that been, don't feel you have to answer this, but has that been taken into consideration within your compensation? Because I know in the past, this has been a discussion of mine, because I want to make sure that our staff members are being compensated for all this additional work, and $100 a month is not worth it.
As of right now, my
You completed
additional
that? It's okay.
compensation comes with additional time worked.
Okay, hourly.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that no one gets the short end because there is a lot of time and effort well beyond your 40 hours, ladies, and it's a lot of work. I've had this conversation with our last interim.
Can I ask a really quick question? Are they salaried or hourly employees?
I think.
Specifically.
Normally.
Are you talking about our current 4-H program?
I'm talking about that, those two young ladies and John, are they salaried or hourly?
John just said he's hourly with related to the camp.
Okay.
But I think that that might be private information that we can't ask or share at this point. But
What are they exempt for?
Let me just.
at this point, I don't want to put our staff on the spot, but you can, there's something, contracts are things that you can follow.
Okay, because they, by law, need to be paid overtime for any amount of, any hour.
Unless they're exempt.
salary.
Unless they're exempt,
Correct.
Buddy,
Rachel, can I just say, we committed to paying our staff overtime for
Yeah.
even 1 minute past overtime. And that communication has been shared with the executive director. No one at CCE should be working overtime without being paid, and if they are, they need to report that to me directly immediately. Because that is a violation which state labor law, and that cannot happen. Then it's illegal to comp time. Right.
Okay, can we make sure that that gets put in the minutes? Mandy has her hand up.
Okay, Mandy?
Yeah, so Debbie, I'm glad you asked that question. So yes, the staff, if they're working any overtime, it's, noted on the time cards as overtime. And that's a policy that I adopted the day one when I arrived. That was not the culture, as you said, stated previously. And on top of that, we have, now this is kind of maybe the executive session discussion because we're now talking about each individual compensation. But the additional, for these additional duties has been discussed and approved by the board. And we can talk about that in the executive session if you would like.
Should we move on? Yeah. All right, okay, so, can you tell me, sorry guys, just stay, bear with us, we can do this.
Did anybody put the coffee on?
Okay, so who received our community, I'm going through the programming now. So maybe feel free to answer or the other staff here. Who received our community service applications? They were due on February 15th. Who were they sent to?
I believe that they were sent to Corinne, but there is, I think I have seen a file in our shared box system with those applications.
Do we know that all of them are in there?
That I would not have privy to.
Okay. What's bugging you? Virtual series. That was from an outside, from my memory, that was an outside educator as
That's-
online?
It's a state offering.
State offering, that's continuing. And that's been unaffected. So
Yes.
right now I'm seeing that our community service applications might have been affected or impacted by the staff departures. What's bugging you? Virtual series was not. Team recognition night, Hamden. Who was that been assigned to? Who was meant to do it and who's assigned to it?
So traditionally, the full 4-H staff attends and conducts the teen recognition night. So this year, it was on March 1st, and I did host and run the teen recognition night.
So you did all of it?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you for doing
Yes, thank you, thank you. March 1st, campusship applications, we covered that. Dairy quiz bowl practices, 6 to 7. At the Hamden office, which staff member was meant to be here for that and who is doing it?
So that is mostly run by our volunteer, Jackie Gray, with the assistance of Corinne. I did learn that on the last one that was held last week, I guess, our ag staff person, April, assisted in some way, shape or form. I don't know if that was just resources or whatnot. But I assume that Jackie reached out to her for that information, and that could have already been planned previous to Corinne's departure. That I do not know.
So my children have attended a lot of these things, and usually there's a staff member to open up and lock up. Is that still the case? Even if you have volunteers, do we still need a staff member?
Yeah, this one
We
was
don't remember to close the office up, right? When everyone's done?
Yes. This one just wasn't held here. It's held in Bloomville.
Okay, who will be doing the next, who will be staying behind to look up for the next Dairy Quiz Bowl practice?
It's at Bloomville.
It's at Bloomville.
Yeah, it's at Bloomville every week.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, those two, it's listed as Bloomville. Jackie hasn't let her.
Ah, I've got Hamden, okay.
Or you,
There was a previous offering for Hampton location, but all the youth were going to Bloomville.
Okay.
So that was switched up.
Oh, I see. All right, yeah, I see that. Okay, so that was a change. So team council bowling,
It was canceled.
canceled. Can I ask why?
That was canceled due to lack of registration. I actually found out that apparently there is a school musical that night. So,
I was putting on.
yes, so, yeah.
So, district horse bowl and pathology practices, where have they been held? I know that
That's
the
a
green here is doing horse bowl.
Ability and Hunger for International.
Okay.
Yes, and those practices are held here. The competition is at Green.
Okay, and then who's been staying behind?
Myself and Ashley is covering this Fridays.
Okay, who is in charge of Meet Chicks sign up?
I am,
And who was in charge?
Emily.
Okay. County public presentations, who used to run those?
Pause. Are we doing the seed growing again this year?
Yes.
And you skipped a couple.
You-
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
I think she has a different list than the actual agenda.
Those three Dairy Quiz.
Oh, that's right, I got the old one, sorry, I got the old, I'm looking at how it's
Competition at Oxford.
And that's,
The teams usually take themselves.
District Dairy Bowl, yes, there's a requirement that a educator assists. But that is we're being assisted with that through coverage through CCE Shenango for the district competitions.
and who would have done that prior?
Corinne. I did register the team, so they're all set to go. Everybody's good.
And you're registered. Thanks for doing that, Caitlin. I will note, that as a parent of children who have been very enthusiastic, dairy bowl and pathology competitors, not very effective.
And one good way
But
to
very-
start
but very
is to try
competitive.
it at the fair.
Yeah.
Because that's a one day
That's true.
competition.
Yeah.
And then if they do well, they can go on to the competition at the state fair. And that introduces them to the quiz bowl, and they can try that, they can be good in that in the winter.
Thank you. I didn't know that. That
Yes,
was good.
because there's stations at
I didn't know
at
that.
the fair.
I didn't realize we had that.
the,
at the
yes,
fair.
they do it right
You have
in
to be
the
showing.
Yeah,
I think they call,
come over to.
I think they call it Dairy Challenge.
Yes, dairy challenge,
Yeah.
it's not quiz
We
bowl,
learn
but
something new every day.
that's,
Right.
it's very interesting. You can usually, and I thank you guys for doing it, usually you can try different dairy products.
Yeah.
You have to identify parts of milking machine or, different dairy equipment.
That sounds fun.
Wait, I'm sorry, you said you registered Dairy Bowl, Horse Bowl was registered as well?
Yes. Yep,
Yeah, I think Emily, I got emails from Emily about that. I think it was done just before Emily left.
yes, that's correct.
Emily was able to cover that. What I will mention is that when my children compete, especially given their age, they're quite young and it's their first time competing, some of them, it was very comforting to have actual CCE staff member who they knew there, in addition to the coaches or volunteer. And I think it's a shame that we're having to rely on, staff from a different county who won't be known to our kids to do this job, because we've lost 3/4 of our 4-H staff in 3 months.
I do believe that the person that will be there covering our kids is known to the volunteers and kids from competitions in the past.
Okay.
So they will be familiar to them to an extent.
Who wants to take over this?
Seed starting and 4-H growing launch on the 18th.
Yes, that is happening. And
Who was doing it and who is doing
this year, traditionally, Emily was doing it kind of solo / in partnership with Carla Krim. This year we had planned that she and I would co-it together, and I am continuing with it.
it?
Can I just, the emails on those have not Have they come out? Because I haven't seen them yet.
It should have went out with the March updates from the big e-blast that went out. I think that was Monday.
Yeah, didn't you say that you're not receiving those? Is that-
I'm
No.
not getting everything.
Okay.
That's the piece of
Okay.
it.
I can
So
post that to the place.
the other piece that in the past, just for my, and I can't be the only one, that's why I say these things now,
Yeah.
is that when things come out in like a whole paragraph of stuff, now I know you're separating them all out, but my brain cannot think that far ahead. I need something like one email so that I can keep it open and make sure I have it. So like each thing gets its own individual attention kind of thing. I know that's more work and there's probably a better way to do it. But for my own, I read like the first three and then I'm like, that doesn't, the rest of them are later in the month, but I won't worry about it.
Mhm.
So unless that kind of keeps on a rotational basis,
Mhm.
out of sight for me is definitely out of mind. Again, not that I want to add more to your role, but that's just been an issue with my club.
Sure.
So,
And with the time, I think we're gonna keep moving so we can open a public comment.
I will follow with you on presentation stuff.
Hmm?
I will follow with you about presentations. We can stop.
Oh, yes. Yeah, you're going to Florida, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that email.
Originally, I was like, oh, we can do the 13th. And I was talking to my sister, I was just like, oh, wait, I'm like, I don't know, 13th must be the one we got rid of, so we'll figure out in the end, but.
Okay.
All right. I appreciate the coverage on all these programs, so thank you, thank you.
So 4-H introduction to ruminant marketing, animal nutrition.
Yep, that's a program that I ran last year with the assistance of for some new people. Our Delaware County Ag. So Rich Toby and April Wright helped me with that, and we're doing it again this year.
Sales presence.
That is a DEC program. That's a conservation program, and they're actually, we used to handle the registration for that, but new this year, they've moved to handling the registration. So people go right to the DEC website for that. Yep.
Public presentations.
Yep, we're offering the 2 public presentation dates that you can see on the calendar. Traditionally, that's typically full staff, full 4-H staff, with the exception of if somebody couldn't make it, we were usually fine. And that is continuing.
And only Hamden.
So what we're gonna do right now, Stacy, and
Yep.
we're through March, so we're for, committee. We'd like to, go into executive session and discuss the departure of Emily Roach and Corinne Tompkins. And speak. A second. Commissioner Ford. And all Simmer. Aye.
So everyone's gonna have to leave,
Momentarily, we'll be back in there.
So. And
Can we just mute this then?
mute and no video.
Mute video.
Well, we could go, you know what? We can go together.
Okay.
Oh, the small conference. Yeah. Well done.
Oh, no, you do have to leave.
Can you mute it?
Yeah, sure. So, the issues committee members have called an executive session, so that's why we muted and you saw people getting up, they're stretching, doing some stuff.
We'll still be doing, give everybody a chance to talk once they're done and they return.
Yes.
So sit tight, please. Thank you.
Your name.
unmuting.
But I
Okay,
motion to return to, out of
executive
session back into.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So we're gonna turn it over to Rachel. She has a few statements on behalf of the issues committee.
We have 3 statements. The first is as follows. As a 4H Issues Committee, we are very concerned about the state, health, and welfare of our current staff due to the increased and unreasonable workloads resulting from the loss of competent, experienced, and valued staff. Not only is this an unreasonable workload, we're concerned that they're at a breaking point, and we're fearful for their longevity and mental health. Second, we're also concerned about potential liability for CCE. The executive director is responsible and should be held accountable for the workloads, lack of succession plan, and our overworked staff, workplace environment. Because of this, we recommend the executive director be put on immediate paid administrative leave pending investigation into the hostile workplace environment and other possible workplace law violations and infractions. Number 2, we as the 4H Issue Committee would like to express our support and appreciation for Emily Roach and Corinne Tompkins for their dedication, ability to grow this program, their knowledge, their excellent leadership skills and hard work ethic. We're confused and dismayed by their firing. We do not believe they should have been fired. At most, they ought to have been put on paid administrative leave pending investigation. We're concerned that due process wasn't followed and that a conflict of interest occurred. We question the steps of discipline, action taken against them. We're concerned that this opens up CCE to significant legal liability. We request that they be reinstated and put on paid administrative leave pending investigation. In the event that this has already been requested of the executive director, we ask the executive director be disciplined, written up, and possibly put on paid administrative leave pending investigation for insubordination. Number 3, we request an investigation into the executive director's potential role into CCE's violations of freedom of information law and open meeting law violations. The failure to finalize important constitutional operational documents, the posting of incomplete government documents online, the failure to maintain our library of policies and minutes for staff, community members, board members, and committee members to review, the failure to provide documents when requested, and lack of working knowledge and identity and understanding of the 4H program and its needs. Due to the lack of information regarding the recent firings, we are very concerned about what will be done to our staff as a result of their speaking with the Issues Committee. We understand communications between staff and board and staff and committees has been discouraged. This is absolutely unacceptable and intolerable. We will not tolerate any retaliation or individual or singling out of our 4H staff. They have our 100% support. Finally, the discussions that occurred in executive session legally must remain confidential. The staff must not be pressured to answer any questions about what they discussed with us. We recommend that the board take swift and immediate action, especially if our staff experiences even an iota, a fingernail of retaliation. That's it.
Can I have a motion to accept it in the record?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Okay,
Now we're opening it up to the floor.
so we got 2 minutes per person, I'm sorry.
I have a list of Zoom people too, and one person did have to leave and left me something to say.
Do you want to read out? Okay, Ashley, do you want to read their,
read that one
something? You want to read it out?
I actually would feel more comfortable if somebody else did.
Okay.
So do you want to read?
Don't trip over all of my wires.
I know, we've got
Caution.
wires everywhere.
This is your caution that there are wires.
I'm not flexible. I would not be able to limbo that one.
So it starts. There.
I think we have the same one.
Scott, man?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. Do you want to read it? Or you want?
No, I think you should come from Justin. You sound more like Scott.
Okay, read it away, Scott.
So my name is Scott May, Delaware County resident, 4-H parent, 4-H leader, 4-H certified shooting sport instructor, rifle and shotgun. I apologize, I can't deliver these comments in person as the chairman of the Delaware Fire District Board of Commissioners. I need to go attend our monthly in-person meeting and engage in the community as is required by GML Section 104 open meeting laws. Tonight has demonstrated there's a serious lack of engagement and questionable decisions being made by the executive director. I would encourage the CCE board to place the executive director on administrative leave until a further independent investigation can be completed and reports of findings has been issued to the 4-H committee. Thank you for your opportunity to share my comments.
I'll be quick. A lot of my stuff we've already covered. I would also like to thank the committee.
Can you say your name
My name is
and
Patty.
town of residence?
Patty Dr. Walton.
Okay.
I'd like to thank the committee and I'd like to thank the employees that are here. And I certainly hope there is no repercussion on these employees. I think you've already taken care of that. Our concerns are the sudden overhaul of staff, with no perceived problems with these employees in the public eye, the lack of staffing, the lack of a labor pool in our area. I would like to know what the ED's business plan is for the future of 4-H. I would like to know where educated experience coverage for local and state fairs are coming from with the exhausting hours that, Emily and Corinne put in. I would like to know what measures are going to be taken to correct the debilitating public opinion of the overall management of CCE. Are there further cuts that are coming? Are there cuts to programs? The stipends that we've talked about tonight for, I have 30 years in not-for-profit. The stipends that we talked about tonight, do the contracts that fund 4-H even allow for stipends? And where is that liability gonna fall? Are we gonna sign something that states if I get kicked in the head by a cow and go into a coma, where is that gonna fall? Will it fall on CCE? Or I don't even know if the contracts allow such stipends. As discussed, the added responsibility placed on remaining staff is going to cause burnout. The current employee morale of the remaining CCD staff is going to have effects on the programming. What is the status of Corinne's 4-H group? I know that the last meeting was canceled. Right there is already an effect on the 4-H group. Have there been documents on the web? This is all added things. Have there been documents on the website in the past? Have they been taken down? We need to just determine if any, and a public not-for-profit, the books are open to the public. The public is entitled to anything. I am entitled to know if that young lady is salaried or hourly right now. It's open to the public. And I certainly hope that they're being paid for all of the overtime they're doing, including this evening. Is there a process for posting positions in-house? Is there a process of how long they have to be posted out? In the HR world, we will not have these positions filled until mid-May to early June, and then there's training, and then camp starts. And I also heard the executive director state that Corinne and Emily were full-time permanent positions. There is no such thing as a permanent position anywhere. And if they were permanent, why are they not still employed? And what's gonna happen when they potentially get their jobs back and both of them say, we don't wanna come back? What are we gonna do then? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Good afternoon. My name is Cassie Smith. I'm from Delhi. I will be speaking on behalf of Delaware County 4-H members, volunteers, and alumni today. As a Delaware County 4-H alumni who participated in many events set up by our 4-H program, I have personally witnessed the tremendous impact that Corinne and Emily have had on our youth, 4-H and the community. There is a petition that has been started and is circulating social media in Delaware County. The petition has over 300 supporters in just 3 days for Emily and Corinne. 4-H would not be possible without the community, and the community is furious about what is happening at our CCE office in Hamden. In just the last year, 7 CCE staff members and 4-H members either retired early or quit, and 2 were terminated. Why is this happening? In December of 2022, Dr. Mandeep Baker was hired in our CCE program. Within weeks of Mandeep's supervision, staff started to leave the CCE office. No one questioned why staff decided to either retire early or quit after years of dedication to our program. Has there been an investigation? The decision to terminate the employment of Emily and Corinne has raised alarms around the community, but what is going on in the CCE Hamden office? There has never been a workplace environment issue or negativity at our office before. Within the months that Dr. Burke Baker has been in the office, we have lost 9 staff members from our extension. Why risk the future of Delaware County 4-H? In a short time, our Delaware County 4-H CCE Executive Director fumbled our 4-H programs. Why change what has been working for years? It is time that Dr. Mandeep Burke Baker resigns and Emily and Corinne are reinstated. I have knowledge of a hostile work environment since Dr. Burke Baker was hired at this. It is time that we cut our losses and start again with our previous season staff back in office. Enclosed to each committee member, I will hand them out in a minute. I have enclosed documents to back up my findings along with impact statements from 4-Hers and alumni that I will also be emailing to each of you. We as a community request that you right this wrong that before it affects the future of our youth all over Delaware County. Thank you. I also have a statement from a former CCE employee that vacated their position within the last year that wanted their statement to be read, so my mom will do that as well.
To whom it may concern, I retired under duress in April 2023 after working for CCE Delaware for 14 years. I had planned on retiring in October in order to finish year-end tasks and spend several months training my replacement during the summer. However, the working conditions and environment under Executive Director Dr. Mandeep Burke Baker's leadership at CCE Delaware became untenable and distressing. I suffered extreme stress for 2 months such that I was unable to enjoy my life outside of work and had trouble sleeping. Before Mandeep became Executive Director in December 2022, I had a healthy work-life balance and was successful in completing all my job tasks. It was not possible for me to complete my last year before retirement due to the untenable stress of trying to take on a host of brand new responsibilities brought on by losing 3 fellow employees who left directly and indirectly due to Mandeep's poor leadership. Additionally, I witnessed Mandeep express unprofessional, discouraging, and frightening hostility towards staff, including myself. When Mandeep was first hired, we were all extremely hopeful for CCE to thrive under her leadership and welcomed her with open arms. It took only weeks for the staff to start leaving and the environment to become toxic under Mandeep. Working for Mandeep was extremely unpleasant, and I found her to be negative, toxic, and scary. I have worked for Cooperative Extension for 14 years and have never had a problem working with anyone else there. I like to get along with people and take pride in doing excellent work. But I soon came to want nothing to do with Mandeep and decided to retire early and take a cut in my benefits in order to salvage my personal well-being. After Office Manager Karen Graves left and I became Mandeep's assistant, my life became a living hell due to the demands and negativity of working for Mandeep. My life was very peaceful and harmonious before Mandeep got hired, but after working with Mandeep, I felt stress, anxiety, and fear almost every minute of every day. Mandeep exhibits anger toward employees not present, expresses blame, and makes unreasonable demands. discriminates against hourly workers, has poor leadership skills, and creates negative relationships with staff under her supervision. Blame, negativity, and anger. Mandeep communicated with me at least 6 times in a blaming, negative, and angry way. I am aware of many other communications with admin staff that were also blaming, negative, and angry. Mandeep crushed the goodwill and enthusiasm of our front office staff in her first few months. Mandeep became abusive when she believed that her commands were not followed to the letter and when she perceived people as disobeying her or undermining her. Mandeep complained about employees and criticized them behind their backs. She expressed anger and rage about staff who were not present, which created a negative work atmosphere. Mandeep trashed the CCE office environment in Hamden within a matter of months. She is not competent to lead the organization. The only thing I saw that she excelled at was fine-tuning the policy manual. Loss of staff. Mandeep began her tenure with an existing staff shortage where there was no HE team lead, no ag team lead in the Hamden office, and we were short admin staff after people who retired during COVID were not replaced. The staff were already stretched thin. Within 3 months after Mandeep was hired, both finance staff had quit and the office manager had been pushed out by Mandeep. CCE staff are not just coworkers, we are friends. Mandeep would criticize staff after they left, blaming them for everything and anything. It was highly unprofessional, repulsive, discouraging, and frightening. The burden of trying to take on some of the responsibilities of the office manager when I worked part-time, especially after 2 finance people had left, was intolerable. Mandeep leaned heavy on me, pressured and drove me, demanding I execute one thing after the next, all things I had never done before and had to learn from scratch. Meanwhile, the staff was trying to learn new finance procedures and keep the office open with no bills having been paid in months. I sense a deep respect from Mandeep toward admin staff, which I didn't see being directed toward program staff. This is a grave mistake on her part and leads to division and instability. I think after the changes that our organization has gone through, that people in higher up positions are not willing to take action. But I want to take this opportunity to communicate that there are major problems with Mandeep's leadership and the separations are not isolated incidents. They are directly related to Mandeep and each one increases the possibility of more. Mandeep is skilled in putting happy faces, friendly inquiries, and best wishes in her emails and being professionally friendly and calm in meetings. But unfortunately, there is rage underneath the professional surface, which she only shows to those who are lower to her in status. This negativity, I believe, will undermine her efforts to foster workplace wellness. I recommend that the cooperative extension put this mistake behind them and replace the executive director as soon as possible.
I have a community member that would like to speak right after her, if that's okay. It's not, she's gonna speak, yeah.
Floor is open to you.
Yes,
There's over 100 people.
I don't think she's talking. Wow, sorry, I was on meeting the wrong person.
Sorry. Sure. We're working on it. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I would like to I'm Justine, Sydney, New York. I was previously the 4-H administrative assistant. I would like to inform the committee of the circumstances of my departure from CCE and the way Mandeep actively prevented me from a full transfer of responsibilities. I had been managing the workload of at least 2 full FTE from the time I was hired in May of 2021 with no reasonable compensation for the extra duties. This included hundreds of hours of unpaid overtime in 2021, for which I requested compensation and was told that this would not be possible. In July or August of 2022, I expressed this information to the interim executive director, Jack Sallow, who on the same day reached out to all team leaders, telling them they needed to make sure their staff were paid overtime moving forward. That happened before Mandeep ever came to work for us. After 2 years of this exploitation and a full year of dealing with the disrespectful and abusive way Mandeep treats her staff, as detailed in the previous statement, I was still devoted to 4-H. But when Mandeep decided to write me up for defending my right to take a lunch break, I decided I needed a new job urgently, or else my family's financial security would be at risk. In light of what recently happened with Corinne and Emily, I believe this fear was fully justified. When I submitted my resignation, my designated end date was January 5th. Emily and I had a transition plan in place. I was working on a full list of my tasks and responsibilities that was scheduled in a reasonable way to be completed by January 5th. Then on January 2nd, with no warning, Mandeep told me to leave the office and not come back. I asked for the reason and she refused to provide it. So I was not able to complete the transfer of responsibilities. I was not able to write that detailed list of tasks and responsibilities. I was not able to train the remaining staff on how to maintain the new 4-H engagement system or the new newsletters to let those parents know what's going on in 4-H. I also want to note on the frame of it being unhealthy, this level of burnout. In October, my doctor did tell me that the stress from the workload was causing my body to mimic cancer symptoms. That is the level that Mandeep's influence has had on the staff's health. And I really think the committee deserves to know this. I spent a full year sharing it with the board president and the board vice president. And to my knowledge, they have refused to share it with the rest of the board or with any of the appropriate committee members. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have more people on there that want to speak or anyone here?
So the next,
Former staff who'd like to speak?
any former staff, that Justine was the only one that was on the list. I have someone on here right now that wants to speak, George.
We need to try and stick to the 2 minutes, and then
Yeah.
I know that there are people here who'd like to speak as well.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, all right.
Go ahead, I think you're unmuted.
Okay, well, let's let current employees and past employees speak first.
Good evening, everybody. I'm George Mashala from Franklin, New York. In light of the recent staffing changes, I believe that we should still continue our focus on prioritizing proper programming for our 4-H youth and keep a strong focus on ensuring the current 4-H youth have the same incredible experiences that previous youth have had. With the help of volunteers around the county, I believe we could still continue the excellence of Delaware County 4-H and continue to live by our motto, which is to make the best better. I believe that our programming is some of the best around, and I believe that we can maintain this excellent programming. We have to work together as a county like we've always had, and I believe that we can make some really excellent programming. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, you have the next one. Do you want me to do these people first? How do you want to do it?
Does anybody here want to get their statements and share here?
Yeah.
Are there any other statements that anyone else has to say here?
Yeah. I'm Ron Richards. I live in Walton, just a small-time contractor here. That means a little business, but I understand the pressures of managing, a group of people. It can be tough at times, but sometimes you have visions that those people don't, fully embody and fully encompass. But the people that I've heard recently were let go. I mean, what is 4-H? It's the heart, it's the hands, and these people embodied that every day that I could see. They were always there when we had emails, always there when we had calls, any hour of the day, it didn't matter. Maybe the new director had a vision, and maybe it was a great vision, but it's part of her job is to get the people working for her to see that, and she expects cooperation. Again, have no idea why these people were let go, and it certainly doesn't seem like, a rational thing to do, especially approaching summertime, especially when you have 6 other vacancies already, especially when the workforce in Delaware County is, almost impossible. I mean, perhaps the director came from a place where they would have 20 people applying for these positions at any given moment, but here it doesn't happen that way. It might literally be years before some of these positions are filled. So I want to thank you guys on the committee and the staff, the people that are going to be at Camp Shankatunk this summer, and it's you guys always do a great job, and I know that you will pull it out, but it is going to be challenging. So anyway, thank you for your action or your recommendations towards action. I think, sorry, am I going over 2 minutes?
Like the style.
Yeah.
No, it's the committee has done this together.
There you go. But yeah, thank you all for your, especially just the investigation part, because at this point, perhaps there is reasonable explanations for things. I like to consider those options, but certainly it needs to be looked at. So
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Kathy, you can go ahead.
All right, thank you. Volunteer voices are far more effective in communicating the public value of CCE than staff members. Without Emily and Corinne and Justine on staff at the 4-H office, all 4-H programs, Camp Shankatunk and the Delaware County Fair will suffer significant detriment. The harm it has already inflicted on Delaware County 4-H youth who are aware of what is going on is tantamount to the COVID crisis. We are, yet again, as adults, disillusioning our youth. This is unacceptable. Going back to my opening statement, which is from the Cornell Cooperative Extension website, volunteer voices are far more effective in communicating the public value of CCE than staff members. Mandeep and Andrew Turner need to understand that the volunteers and Delaware County community members are at arms with respect to what has happened. Don't think for a minute that we are going to take our finger off of the pulse of what is going on here. Be it the board members who I understand, I know are volunteers, or the staff as high up as Cornell University, CCE needs to fix the damage they are doing to the youth of Delaware County. The public who you serve is watching. Do not think that you are higher than this community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any others? Yeah.
Thank you.
Heather Witten. If you want to unmute.
Hi, guys. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yep.
I no longer live in Delaware County, but I was a student at Delhi before transferring to Cornell, and then as an adult moved back to that area and was involved in specifically the 4-H community and the horse community there. I am a 3rd generation 4-H'er. My children are 4th generation 4-H'ers. And my biggest piece of advice to you all is to take this situation as a learning experience. I am thrilled that you still have 40 some people on this call. Understand how extension is built and who has the privilege to appoint board members. I will tell you, this is not the first time that a county in this state has had this type of a situation where unfortunately, an executive director or someone else on the board finds people that will serve their agenda or are looking for merely just an item on their resume in the civic engagement column. So keep your pulse on this. Definitely keep shaking trees I am very interested to see what Andy Turner's response is to this. Know that you have allies outside of your county as well. And if I can do anything to help from where I'm at, I'm sure there are some people in that county that know how to get a hold of me. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Jessica next. If she's still on. I'm not sure if she's on. Jennifer Wooden. She is still on. Some people's thing just says Kendra Wiggins.
She's on.
Yeah, I just asked her to unmute. Yep, there we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
I know some of you heard me speak a week or two ago. It's all kind of running together. First of all, I want to reiterate that with my career working across the state, everyone always compliments Delaware County. And I really feel that we are strong enough and we will get through this as a team. So with that said, I want to thank the board. I know this is a volunteer job, in all these committees. I know you've got endless emails and phone calls, and I appreciate each and every one of you for taking my calls and emails. I think that some of this could have been put to bed with transparency, like I asked for a few weeks ago, but didn't happen. I also want to bring up the concern that we brought up already tonight, that we cannot burn out the folks that are there. We just can't do it. We got to be cautious about that. If we lose Caitlin in the 4-H department, there's no one left, and our kids would be devastated. So I think we need to keep that on our mind. And again, I will offer to help. I will express another concern. I feel it's disgusting that no responses to my emails and calls have been made by Mandeep, and that chairman of committees, she blocked their emails. That's something that as a board, I think we need to look at. When you've got someone that's a chairman of a camp committee emailing you and you block their emails, something should be a red flag right there. So, I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kendra. But I have.
Anybody else?
Is there anybody else on there?
Nobody else on here.
Yes. So if you don't know me, I'm Betty Scott. I'm the board president. We as the board take this seriously. I cannot comment on any personnel and legal actions the board's going to take. Rachel knows that, so I'm not going to. I will say, if we're a strong county, we are a dedicated county. We believe in 4-H. We will get through this, all of us together, pulling together and making this work. The board is committed to this program. It's always been committed to this program. The county is, on behalf of the County Board of Supervisors, we are committed to this program. We will get through this, and we will hold each other accountable. I expect every one of you in this room to hold me accountable. We are 4-H. We are extension. We need your support now more than ever to make sure that our children are not shortchanged by this. So I don't want anybody in this room to think that for 1 minute I don't take this seriously and that I haven't lost a lot of sleep in the last few weeks. Because I know how vital these two people were to this program, and to not have those two people in that position puts Ashley and Caitlin in a lot of difficult position, and the board is supportive of whatever needs to happen. If we need to hire temporary help for the summer, if we need to bring in, whatever we need to do to make this work, we will do. I'm asking, that the personnel committee convene immediately after not the day off, but as soon as practical, after the meeting next week, to really kind of navigate this personnel issue. And I want to, just, you know, I believe in the Constitution, but the United States Constitution and the First Amendment and the ability of people to speak. So I'm not gonna stop people from speaking. I'm not gonna say staff members can't come to a meeting. I have never said staff members can't come to a meeting. It's an open meeting for all staff, and they should not fear reprisal for coming to the meeting. I will stand firm on that. And if we have the minutes from the December meeting, I read a statement that said, we are the board, we're here to do the board business. It's an open meeting to the public, and staff as members of the community are welcome to attend. I don't, so that's kind of what I have to say in that. I hope that you'll all continue to support the program and our extension and be there for all of us. Next week is the meeting. It will be by Zoom. And that's all I can really say. But I do hear you. I hear what you're saying.
So it will not be an in-person meeting on Wednesday?
No, you can.
No, it's in person.
But it will be, I got
it.
No, it will be in person here in this room.
When will that link become available?
It should be available by Monday, I'm gonna say.
It's probably reasonable.
You may want to consider another venue because
This is
it's
not
not
a
good. I will take that under advisement.
Yeah.
Can we have the minutes from that December meeting posted?
As soon as
She's working on.
I have asked her. Unfortunately, I can't list minutes. If you have.
know that the public is behind you and we have all talked about being professional.
Can you go in the kitchen and see?
It's
Shut the
not
TV off.
Yeah, no, we all want the same thing. We want our summer, you know? I want to go to that pig barn and I want to show pigs. I don't want to play it. I want every kid in that program to not even know what's going on.
Right.
But we're gonna need to work together to do that.
Oh, okay.
Can you have your name and town?
I'm Carrie, I'm from Downhill. I know from families that I've grown up with in the books, that like, 4-H has always been that part of our life where it teaches us kids responsibilities and worth ethic that you don't see in other people's kids anymore. And I'm not saying anything, but it shows. You can see it, okay? But you were watching my brother and a lot of other people's kids, young age, look at me and be like, has it changed? Do you miss it? I miss 4-H every day. Like, you don't understand. But like to think that it's this rough and that they might not be able to have it, it scares me. Cause like, they're all, like, I know like in the age group that my brother's in, they're dedicated to it. They put in the time since they were little. They should have that opportunity and it not be ruined because of reasons and that they have to worry about and stress about like getting paperwork done for fair with 2 staff members. That's not fair to them. And it's not fair to the kids that are gonna have to be like, oh, we have to be so precise and make sure that it's right because these kids are doing their paperwork. Like, all credit to Justine. She reached out to parents, to children, that if they messed up, she reached out, had them come and they fixed it. She was a supporter to all of us. Like, and it's hard not being able to see familiar faces and it only be one familiar face. From when I started. There's only one left that I know. And I'm only 19. I'm just. Like, for me, just to age out last year and only see one face hurts.
Yeah.
How much it's changed in 2 years.
Thank you.
Any other further comments?
I just wanted to say that, I might go emotional too.
Your name is Mel.
Yeah, your name is Tom.
Right.
Four H has been very foundational, in my safety. And, Emily was a big supporter. Sorry, in my progress today. And just to, think that other kids may not have that is really, really sad to me. Okay. I'm done.
That's a testament to what these ladies have done for this program. We'd like to thank you all for coming on Zoom and being in person tonight and supporting us. And with that, we're gonna adjourn for tonight. Need a motion to make an adjournment. Second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you, guys. Yes, I'm sorry, just bear with me for a second. Earlier today, I'm an letter.